Hello and welcome to today's dev stream. Hope you are all doing well. Hey Dragon Dust, I am doing quite well, thank you. Brain is still properly waking up. My body decided to wake up early this morning. My brain has decided it hasn't yet decided to fully wake up, so we'll see how programming goes. So, how are you doing today? Oop. Has my mouth got stuck? Let's restart the microphone. Nope, seems my mouth is stuck. Well, great. It wouldn't be a stream if it didn't start with something breaking. I mean, the reason that I started a bit late was because, well, the music broke again. The sooner we can get macOS 13 and OBS 28, the better, because then you probably, from what I understand, you will not need to use any of the hacks to get desktop audio into your app again. But yeah, so I've got audio working, and it's actually working through the Elgato Wave software now, which seems to be a lot more reliable than what I was using before, so I'm probably going to scrap that. Currently a bit frustrated because we've been trying to get App Center to what we do is the last 2 hours. Everything else is good. Yes, App Center is well, I mean, it's App Center. It has some redeeming qualities, I think. I mean, we'll find them at some point, but yeah, I have to use App Center for some stuff, and it's it's a thing. Especially when they decide to take forever to update their machines to support the latest version of Xcode. So that was a fun one. Couldn't use certain features because they decided not to update their machines to macOS 11 for ages. So, joy. Anyway, it's good to hear that everything else is going okay. So, what we're going to be doing today is we're going to be doing some more work on Coppice, because yesterday we actually got our link highlighting sort of working. So we just got to finish that off today, and then we'll be doing some more on the overlay. I'm not sure how long I'll be going today, because I may end up going just a bit longer, because it depends on what I feel like and how much I want to get done on the overlay. I'm in, oddly, despite my brain not being working, I'm in a bit of a productive mood. I've managed to get sorted through a bunch of paperwork and get that shredded. Oh, by the way, turns out that shredders, paper shredders, kind of start falling to bits if you try and shred a lot of paper in a short space of time. And by a lot of paper, I mean how much must I've got through? About, I mean, if I'd stacked the entire pile high, you're probably talking about, what, 8-9 inches, which is something like 20 to 25 centimeters tall-ish stack of paper, effectively, that all needed to be shredded. Put it this way, I've got a large wheelie bin that's for all cardboard and paper, and at the moment it is about 90% full of just shredded paper. I've still got a bit more shredding to do. So yeah, my shredder's actually falling to bits at this point, because apparently shredder beats paper, but if you throw enough paper at it, paper beats shredder. And that is the rule for rock, paper, shredder, which is a new game I just made up. Anyway, let us get over to doing some programming and see if we can work out why on earth my... I wonder if the voice just will fix itself, hopefully. I mean, it should be coming through okay. By the way, let me know if the music volume is a bit off. Because obviously I'm routing this through a new app, which means that it's all different levels, so I can't just set it to the same volume. So it looks like it should be a good offset between my voice and the music, but just let me know if it's either too loud or too quiet. Yeah, let's head over here and start doing some work. So if we take a look, we'll have a review of where we got to yesterday. So, as a reminder, what we're working on for this version of Coppice is we want to allow more flexible linking. So previously you were able to link out from a page and have multiple pages linking out from a particular page, but you weren't able to do things such as create these loops or have multiple links going into a page, which I don't think we have at the moment. But yeah, so what we've been working on is the ability to highlight links and see what's happening. So we can hover over a link and it will highlight. If you hover over a link on the page, it will actually highlight the arrow it's related to that link. And the last bit that we need to is when you hover over the actual arrow, it needs to highlight the link on the page. Hey Kieran, it is going fairly well. I am feeling pretty good, and actually the weather is getting cooler now, which means that it's currently quite cool in my office. I've had all the windows open, there's been a nice breeze going through, so hopefully that should let me go even longer. So it's nice when it's cold. Of course, I'll be changing my mind when it gets to winter and I'm having to deal with stuff. Though, to be fair, if my computer's putting out heat, that means that I don't need to put the heating on. So that's probably an efficiency saving there. Right. So we are telling the page to highlight, like we're telling the correct page the links that need to be highlighted. We just need to highlight them. So for that, I need to look at NS Text View, which for some reason that's quite alright. I think the Optimus launch is currently paused. It was meant to be... the launch window opens in about 20 minutes. I was meant to open a thing so I could keep a track on mission updates. Because it was meant to be paused because I think they potentially had a fuel leak and an engine issue, something like that. It's the sort of things that any new rocket will deal with, so they are just being extra cautious with it at the moment, I think. Oh, I have the official NASA stream. It's just streaming while having it up. If you've got the NASA stream on another thing, if you just let me know if they are counting down to final liftoff, then I may like hop over and watch that, because that is definitely something that I want to watch. And for anyone who doesn't know about Artemis, Artemis is the new moon mission, and Artemis 1 is launching to do a, I think it's around 40-day mission to the moon and orbit the moon with an uncrewed capsule, an uncrewed Orion capsule, to test all sorts of systems out, like all the launch system, all the systems around the moon, and then coming back And if it goes well, then in 2024, there will be 2 more Artemis missions. Artemis 2, which will be taking humans back to the moon for the first time since Apollo 17. And Artemis 3, which will be the first people on the moon since Gene Cernan stepped off the moon since in 1970 or 71? I think 71. Maybe it was 72. Either way, Apollo 17, which also with Artemis 3 is supposedly going to be the first woman and the first person of colour to set foot on the moon. So it's kind of a big deal if it goes. And it's one of those things that sort of, I've known that, oh, we're going back to the moon, but it's always been one of those things of, I haven't really thought about it, and it's like, oh, they're doing the tests of Artemis 1. Because I remember when they did Ares 1, which was basically sticking the Orion capsule and the launch escape system on top of a space shuttle solid rocket booster and calling it a rocket. So I remember that, and that was like decades or so ago, maybe even more than a decade ago. So this has happened, and then it's just like, well, if this goes well, within 18 months, we'll have people orbiting the moon. Which, like, there've never been people around the moon in my lifetime, or most people's lifetime. So that's pretty exciting. I mean, I'm just imagining being able to watch people step down onto the moon, and with the technology that we have today, you could probably get HD. What is it? You could get like HD live streaming from the moon, because the delay from the moon, I believe, is it something like 5-second delay for transmissions? So we can get pretty like focused delay. I mean, the delay in transmission is similar to a Twitch stream. Now, obviously, it then has to be broadcast around the world, but actually to get from the moon is pretty good. Hello, Sinister. How are you doing today? Currently troubleshooting something with an engine. Yeah, it's yeah, it's one of the engines has a conditioning issue, I think I read. Basically, it needs to get to the right temperature and everything, and there's some issues there, but yeah, it's all surprising. I mean, what temperatures are we looking at? Yeah, so liquid. I think liquid oxygen's a lot warmer, like significantly warmer. Yeah, so I think liquid oxygen is around 80 to 90 Kelvin, but liquid hydrogen is to be around like 30 to 40 Kelvin or something like that. So it's like super. Liquid hydrogen has to be very, very cold. So it's unsurprising that they get ice build-up in places. The thing that's kind of ridiculous. Like, let me see if I can find Artemis 1. Let's see if I can find an image, because here we go. So we have the second stage up here. Now, I believe the way it is most of this bit here is your liquid hydrogen, and this little bit up here is your liquid oxygen, because that is how much more dense liquid oxygen is than liquid hydrogen. Now you're generally going to run fuel rich anyway, so you're going to burn more hydrogen than you do oxygen, because that helps keep the temperatures in the engines down. Because while that is not as efficient, like if you burn hydrogen and oxygen at the perfect ratio, that will give you the most efficient, because it gives you the highest temperatures and the highest thrust. It is going to melt your engine. So you run either oxygen rich or fuel rich, so that it's not as efficient and it makes things a bit less, a bit cooler, so that you can actually not melt through all of the rocketry. It has just occurred to me. Yeah, you probably won't see the because one of the key things with the Saturn V was you saw the massive like black soot trails coming out of the engines. You probably won't see that with the SLS, will you? Because I think the Saturn V used RP1 and liquid oxygen. I don't think it was a hydrogen and oxygen fuel mixture. I think it was RP1, which is effectively like super refined jet fuel. Which is why you got the black soot coming out, because you got the carbonization. Whereas hydrogen and oxygen burns far cleaner. So you're probably just going to get the nice blue flames that you see on the space shuttle. So it does feel a little bit of a shame that these engines are being thrown away, but they won't be used otherwise, because these engines were designed to be reused, and they are still, to this day, like the space shuttle had many flaws, but the engines are still some of the most efficient engines ever built by humanity. They are super efficient for their size and mission profile, which is why they're being used. And also we have them going spare. I hope they do continue streaming it and give updates and everything. I mean, it's not like it's a mission to Mars or elsewhere where you can't follow along in real time, because it should only take 3 to 4. Like, if it sets off today, it should be at the moon by Thursday, I would assume. It's why the moon is such a good place to learn, because you can go there fairly quickly. It is a few days to get there. It is easy to get back. So it's like, let's learn flying there, doing all this stuff, living on the surface of another body. We've tested living in space with the space station. We want to test living on the moon, like a long-term habitation, before we start going to Mars and doing that, because Mars is a 12 to 18 month journey when it's at its fastest. And with the moon, we can actually send up enough fuel to get it there and back, which with Mars is a bit more difficult. Anyway. What we are wanting to do is... We are wanting to... get the frame of a link. so we can highlight it. So what we need, I believe, is we have to use Layout Manager. See, this is what I would like to be using, which is an SText Layout Manager, because this is all TextKit 2, and TextKit 2, from everything I've seen, is so good. This is the new text layout engine that is on the market. It's technically on iOS, but it is so much easier to use. From everything I've seen, you can effectively use it and just implement your own text view. Very cool. So some of the more advanced things I want to do, I'm sort of holding off until I drop macOS 11, because this is the version we're working on now will be the last version that supports macOS 10.15. Then I'm going to drop macOS. Then I'm going to drop that for the next version. And then a little while later, probably a few versions later, I'll be dropping macOS 11. So I can go 12 plus for this, because this is the main API that I want to be using. macOS 11 doesn't really add anything that I need. It's just dropping 10.15 makes it easier because I don't have to support the older OS style, and I can delete a lot of code. Whereas macOS 12, to do some more advanced stuff, I really want to be doing that. And it also plays into working on an iPad version, because I'm hoping iPad OS 17, because I believe they added TextKit in macOS 11, but then they integrated it into the text view in macOS 12. They've brought it to iOS in iOS 16, but I'm going to assume that similarly they're going to bring it into the text view in iOS 17. So if so, that will be a good opportunity for me to start syncing things up between Coppice and Coppice on the iPad and Coppice on the Mac. Because if I'm doing that and I start developing the iPad version, it's probably going to take a while, so it'd be nice to sort of target building it for iOS 17. So that's probably what we're going to be looking at a lot of next year. So what I want to do is, we've got a layout manager and we want to find to access someone to be comfortable with living in such small space of others and not that many opportunities for privacy. Guess one way to look at it is to go in with the mindset of going on an Epsilon trip with family members or close friends. Yeah, that is one way of viewing it. I mean, that is partly why we've had the space station, to test that sort of living. So I mean, if we go to Mars, we're not going to just be sending up an Orion capsule and having people live in that for 18 months. It's going to be a bigger thing that we build in orbit and send to Mars, because you need the additional space just for the additional life support and everything. So I mean, on a trip to the moon, you can get away without needing the astronauts to exercise, like do a lot of exercise on the way there, because you're not going to actually get that much of a degradation being 0G for a week or two. It's when you start doing longer that you need to have stuff like all the treadmills and all other exercise things that they have on the space station. So you need that if you're going to Mars. So And then there's also questions, are you going to grow your own food and stuff, which is entirely possible. Right, returns direct to the live fragment, which the given glyph is laid. Not sure we want the line fragment for this. Adding rect for glyph range. So that's a text block, so we don't want that. I think it's going to be bounding rect for glyph range. And we need to get the glyph range for the character range, and then the bounding rect for the glyph range. Okay. Members text view. What am I looking for? This is the problem. I'm in a productive mood, but my brain just will not engage and do the right thing. Are they? Here we are. Highlight links. So we need to tell our content editor. Oh, you've welcome. No, we are. Welcome to the chat. Let me just get that Coppice one for you. Now the launch has been scrubbed. Let's have a look. Yeah, if it's not right, then it's best to scrub it. I mean, I believe the next launch window is the 2nd, so that will be Friday. And then I think there's another launch window on the 5th of September. So if things aren't right, it's best to scrub it and come back another day. Yeah, scrubbed means that it isn't going to launch today. It's basically, they think it's something that they cannot fix within the launch window. So they'll try again, like I say, I believe it's the 2nd. I don't know what the time is, but yeah. And that's because of alignment of the moon and Earth and the launch site and all these other things that they need to get things just right. They generally, I believe, have longer launch windows for this than they do for Space Station, for example. Because I believe the shortest launch window I've seen for like the Space Station might have even been an instantaneous one where they had to launch on the 2nd to properly get it, whereas sometimes you can have like a 10-minute launch window, whereas if you need to hold for 2 minutes, well, you're good because you've still got some more time. But yeah, if it's not going to get fixed in the few hours that they've got today in the launch window, it's safer to get the fuel out and put it elsewhere, because otherwise it's just going to delay things for months and is going to question whether it's safe for humans to get on there. So there may not be humans flying, but you treat it as there are humans flying. Good afternoon, you parrot. How are you doing today? Right, let's build and see where we need to insert stuff in. I wouldn't need it there. Well, we're going to do self.add to mod view controller dot links matching edge link. Doing all right. That's good to hear. I am doing fairly well. Need to import Coppice up here, don't I? I'm doing pretty good. Just slowly working through adding some cool new functionality to Coppice. Where are we? Page content. Right, so image editor view mode. And stick that in there, and then we can add are empty implementations for the places that we don't need to call it. So right, so highlight links. So what we want to do is, yeah, let's do it on canvas text view. Because I mean, we could do it either here or in the view model. Okay, see you in a bit, Kieran. Right, text editor view model. In fact, what we may do is var highlighted character ranges. Going to be a bunch of NS ranges. So the actual highlighting we'll do in here, but finding the things that we want to highlight will be there. Now this bit is easy because self dot editing text view highlighted character ranges is empty. But for here, what we want to do, let text container equals self dot editing text view dot text container else return. Right, so text container dot in what text container? Oh, it's text storage that is an NS attributed string. Text storage dot enumerate attribute dot link in range NS range. Oh. I can do self dot I can do text storage dot string dot full range using value range. I don't care about that. Character ranges is an array of NS range. And what we are going to do is if we can do guard let value, oh, let URL equals value as URL. URL is equal to, no, we want to create a page link so we can do the proper quality between them. Found page link equal page link with URL. Our URL of the found page link dot destination is equal to page link dot destination. Else return, otherwise character ranges dot append range. So we add our range into there, and then at the very end, self.editing text view dot highlight character ranges equals character ranges. Now I've just realised I forgot to tweet that I am live. Live over on Twitch. Okay, tweet sent. So now we're going to get our highlighted character ranges. So it's at this point. What I'm going to do is open the canvas text view in this one, NS text view over here. Now I need to remember we draw the background, we draw the insertion point, but where is the actual drawing done? It's draw background for glyph range. Glyphs to show. Right, so there are multiple ways I could do this. And it depends on what I want it to look like when these links are highlighted. What I might do is have the background appear in the accent color with the text over it. Yeah. I mean, we are getting to the point where I could potentially end up just doing the full linking stuff I want to do later anyway. Glyphs, glyph range at origin. The other option is to just stick some views on top, but that is potentially less efficient, but shouldn't be that big of a deal because it is not dry enough. You know what? Let's do a Google search. NS text view custom drawing. Right, custom drawing selection NS text view. Oh, this one could be good. Displaying line numbers with NS text view. Let's see what this comes up with. That's just using a line view. The problem is that ages ago I did actually implement syntax highlighting, but this was like 15 years ago at this point, and I don't have the code anymore. Draw view backgrounds in React to draw the Hey, Let's see if we can do an NS text view. Let's touch use syntax highlighting. Okay, the other, so you got the method there. Well, that's a fair point. Why do I need to do any custom stuff when I could just set a background color on the attributes? Let's see what this looks like. Needs me. Syntax language type. Syntax called text document. Is this just coloring? Process editing, and then we go through On the text stuff, yeah, we're not editing the text document now. I mean, the problem with changing the actual thing is if someone then goes and edits it somehow, it's going to get saved. I mean, it is going to get saved regardless, so... Okay, see more text view. How do they get that to render? Alright, so you have your text search, let's get that, blah blah blah. Initial string, single label. So I got the text view there. Hey, Okay, so let's have a look at the layout manager delegate methods. So we've got should generate glyphs. Bounding box, glyph should set line fragment. This is possibly what I want. Customizes the line fragment geometry before committing it to the layout cache. Uses to modify the line fragment associated with the text container. Yeah, we probably don't need that. What we probably want to do is, when the layout finishes, I think what we're probably going to do is do some views for this. And then just insert some views behind. So... highlighted characters. Private function. Update. Highlighted characters. I want a private var highlighted character views. I'm just going to create those as NS views for now. Now I'm going to create highlighted character. Alright, what do we need to do here? We can actually do this via composition. Var background is we may want, yeah, suppose we're using in this box. So lazy var in this box equal that. Lazy var text field. No, sorry, I've just not been speaking. I've been thinking. I got into a bit of a trance there. So we want our text field. Probably return that. No, we'll do that and then we'll just return it for now. No, the mouse stayed open because... Oh, now the mouse working. Nope, broken again. Oh, I know why. Watch this. Let me pause the music. That is why, because the music's now playing through the Elgato software, and I hooked the robot up to the Elgato software, I believe, rather than the main microphone. We will fix that later then. You just now have to enjoy my robot's mouth being open because it is playing the music effectively. Right, so what we want to do here or range in self.highlighted character ranges. We want, well, first of all, guard let layout manager equals self.layout manager is return, because if we don't have a layout manager, there's no point doing this, but we should always have a layout manager in theory. Okay, so I want to do layout manager dot glyph range or character range, and we don't care about that, so glyph range equals that. Then we want let bounding rect equals glyph range dot layout manager dot bounding rect for glyph range in text container. Which means up here we need to get the text container. Now that should give us enough information. Let's also get text storage equals self.text storage. Let string equals text storage dot attributed substring from range. And then we are going to let view equals highlighted character view. Init with frame super dot init with frame rect. We want to add self dot background dot add subview. No, self add subview self dot background with insets and this edge insets 0, and then self dot background add subview text field with insets 0. We are going to do that, and then we're going to do view dot text field dot attributed string value equals string view dot frame equals bounding rect. New views and view, and then we set self.highlighted character views to new views. Yeah, we want did set self.update highlighted character ranges, and here did set old value dot for each $0 dot remove from super view, and highlighted character views dot for each self dot add subview $0. Okay, let's see how this works. This may work terribly. Or not at all. Oh, because we're not calling up. Yeah, so that works, but this needs to be doing self.current content editor dot highlight links matching page link, and self.current content editor dot unhighlight links. We've got a hierarchy, and you need to call up said hierarchy. Ooh. Oh. Oh. Well, I wasn't expecting that to work that well first time. I do that, and I'm going to do that and that. Yes, ignore that. That isn't showing up because that's down there. So all we need to do is tweak this so that the bounds are bigger, and we are going to be displaying the actual text character. Oh, that is something that every programmer learns. If something works first time, you are incredibly suspicious. Stuff should never work first time. I have had it where I have worked on a project for days and days and days without being able to run it because there's no way to run it. And then I go and I build it and run it for the first time once I get every bit of it complete, and it works first time. That was paranoia of the levels of, oh, the FBI's watching me all the time. They're currently looking through the windows. Aliens are spying on me, sort of levels of paranoia when something that you have worked on for several days works first time. That never happens. It's not allowed. Anyway, now that we're getting somewhere with this, and we are about an hour or so in, and I am fresh out of caffeine, I am going to go make myself another cup of tea, and when we get back, we'll get the last bit of this working. So I will see you all in a few minutes, and as usual, I'll run an ad break during the break so that we get rid of those pre-roll ads for anyone coming in. So see you in a little bit. Okay, I am back. Let's just check up on chat. Hey, bread monsters, welcome in. Finally got your bread model done. Oh, fantastic. How to make the bones stick in the arms and legs and everything. So you paint it. Yeah, rigging and bones and stuff. Like, I don't know how to do that for organic stuff. I've learned how to do it so that the Pilkey bot can have some very basic bones, but I mean, I have, let's see, I have, I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bones, because this is all mechanical. So for example, the body is 1 bone, the wheel is a bone that allows me to do the bouncing. The main arm of the neck is a bone, and the upper part and the part between the body and the upper neck are bones, and it's just very mechanical. So when you're starting doing objects that have like that aren't mechanical, it becomes a lot more difficult. And I mean, as other people in chat who have started doing this stuff will tell you, it is hard. It is not easy, and even people who are experienced will tell you that getting a rig of bones and stuff set up on a model and doing it properly is a true art form, really. And it's something that just requires lots of practice and tweaks and stuff like that, and just following as many tutorials and doing as much practice as you can. So but yeah, feel free, if you've got a picture of your model, if you want to share it, feel free to post in chat and we can have a look. Or if you're not ready, that's totally fine. It's but yeah, it's always fun seeing what other people are doing in the animator space and what they're coming up with. So yeah, a little story of stuff that happened over the weekend. I got to play D&D. And I got to play my bard that I have not played in quite a while for various reasons. And we were getting into combat, and I think this was one of the first proper combats that we'd had. And we were on a ship, and we were attacked by a bunch of mermaids. And one of them promptly jumped up onto the ship, and I had rolled a 9 initiative, so I was going fairly low, and it was at the point where it's like I'm getting back into okay, what this character is, and I was looking through and trying to work out okay, what's everything, and it's like, wait, where's my initiative in my hit points thing? Because I have 9 hit points, and just like, why is my initiative? Oh yes, we're level 1, we're very squishy. So what does the DM do? They come up, they attack people, and everything's fine, and then they come to attack my bard and roll a natural 20 and one-shot the bard. Okay, that's not a big deal. Who's up next? Oh, it's the sorcerer. Okay, no healing there. Who's up next? Oh, it's the bard. What does the bard get to do on their turn? They get to roll a death saving throw. First death saving roll of the entire campaign. Any guesses out of the 20 numbers on the dice, which number I rolled? I'll give you a clue. There are no lower numbers than it on the D20. So yes, I rolled a natural 1. Instantly 2 death saving throws. Thankfully, then it was the wizard's turn, then it was the druid, and I managed to heal again and get up. But yes, it was one of those things of, I spent my first turn doing that. I spent my second turn basically getting the wizard up again. It took several turns of just getting people up, including myself, before we could actually, I could actually do any bard stuff. Now, the other key thing of the bard that I have playing, I have no offensive spells. Like, literally no spells that do any damage. Level 1, I've got message, I have light, because I'm a human. And I have identify, speak with animals, healing word, and comprehend languages. I'm very much a utility bard, but I'm very good with a blade. So I'm a bard that goes in and runs and attacks stuff. And now I'm not massively squishy for level 1. 9 hit points at level 1 isn't too squishy. But yeah. Yeah, Bread Monsters, I'll take a look at that now. Let's have a look. So is this done in Blender, or is this... Oh, is this just you? Right, so is this just you painting over it to do the models and everything? To do the textures? Oh, so were you texture painting in... like doing the texture painting? Right. I haven't actually done that, so I've not actually seen what the impacts of that are. Yeah, well, you've got the shape and everything that's all coming together. So, I mean, the thing is, it looks like the mouth is a texture. Not sure how that will work, because I haven't really done this sort of thing. Because I mean, for the Pokebot, it's literally I've got some very basic shapes, and they are set to a color. So that is all the texturing I have done. So I haven't actually done the texture painting. So, but yeah, I mean, it's one of those things of you making progress, and it's just like I say, follow the tutorials, and it just gets doing more and more and more. Yeah, if you have a link to the model, I'll take a look at that. Yeah, feel free. And if it's just a picture to the link, if it's a whisper to the things, I don't... probably won't be able to open it on stream, but I will be able to have a look at any images of it. But if you send a whisper, it should be. Thank you for resubscribing. Yes, good to be back. How is your new setup for doing streaming and such? Is it all ready for you to start your streams up again? Right, so what I want to do, I've got my highlighted character view, I now want to inset. Oh, do I need to... Experiment with everything tomorrow. Only did some offline tests, so... Okay, I'll take a look when I can, Bread Monsters. Thanks for sending it over. I'll take a look in a bit, as I want to get a bit more progress done on this. Why? Oh, because I need to do that. So yeah, hopefully your setup's working a lot better now, and you're not going to get overheating issues while streaming. So Okay, so that is not going to work quite how I expect. So we probably want for the delta y, just do a -1 on that. And for the top and the bottom. So how are you otherwise, Mr. B? It's got 14 beta using all of your CPU. I haven't seen that. Is that a bug that's been showing up? Let's have a look here. Oh, it's called 14 beta from draining your battery. Minus 46 because of crash loop in the post. Oh, so the iPhone 16 simulator. Yeah. So that's probably why I haven't reached it, because I haven't actually used the simulator. No, Apple does not seem to be particularly good with not draining your battery, because let me bring up Sleep Aid. And for those of you who haven't seen this, Sleep Aid is basically telling you what is happening while your Mac is sleeping. And all of the dark areas here are when the Mac was actually awake. All these lighter grey areas are when the screen is off and it is actually asleep. And all the red areas are when it should be asleep, but it's actually doing something. And you may notice something. There are an awful lot of these red areas, because I have stuff like here, push notifications and photos and Spotlight keeping my Mac up for a while, which on a Mac Studio basically leads to things getting very warm, and occasionally you get these things where you get a thermal emergency, where the computer gets too hot while doing all these things and then has to go back to sleep. Now, the key thing is the push notifications. I have no idea what these push notifications are for. For photos, I have one photo in my photo library, which is only there because I was testing to see if this was caused by a bug of having 0 photos in my photo library. Spotlight, I don't know why it's spending this long doing stuff. And it's just, it has got to the point now where, starting from last night, I have scheduled my Mac Studio to shut down every night, because I just don't trust sleep mode anymore. It does not put the Mac to sleep. So what you can see here is, this is when the Mac was awake. This is when I finished streaming yesterday and it was asleep. And then this is when it shut down. And if we go to today, it's been fine until it started up and I was doing some stuff. And then, why did this not sleep? That was because of Wavelink, which was fair enough because I believe it was playing stuff at that point. So yeah. Otherwise, you've added them. Mac Mini dedicated to streaming and re-image your MacBook Pro under Ventura. Ooh. Yeah, I haven't even tried out Ventura yet. I probably should do at some point and make sure that Coppice runs correctly, but I've just had that much other stuff on that I haven't managed to get round to it. I'll probably see if I can run it in a VM at some point. Let's see. And use it to find out why you're seeing your keyboard lights on in the morning, but never found out why. Yeah, for me, it was noticing that my Stream Deck was powering on, and basically anything else that was plugged in was powering on. And I've tried unplugging stuff, I've tried quitting apps, I've tried everything short of reinstalling, like wiping everything and reinstalling, and nothing has fixed it. So I just conclude that sleep is broken on Apple Silicon. And I've heard a lot of people who have similar things. The reason like I first brought this up is that I actually looked at the Mac Rumors thread when they talked about Sleep Aid being released for the first time, and there's a thread on the forums where a few people go in and post what they've found, and they end up it ends up being a lot of people having the exact same problems. It is push notifications, it is photos, it is Spotlight that are all causing issues. And for me, it's just a case of, it's getting warm. Like, the warmest my Mac Studio gets is while it's asleep, because it's doing this stuff, but the fan's not going. On the other hand, there are people who have laptops where it is doing this, and they put their laptop in their bag and leave it overnight, and they come back the next day and the battery's flat when it was almost fully charged when they put it in the bag, because it is getting stuck in this state where it's doing stuff while it's sleeping and it's draining the battery. So yeah, there are many problems going on. So right, so we have a slight problem here in that this is being clipped. So what we may want to do is, if we leave the delta y at 0. Now the other question is, why is the text view why is the text view on that parent? What we could probably do is, if we do a var attributed string, what we can do on did set how's that attributed string equals oh, actually no, we're on let's go to 14 so we can do that. I've got that attributed string. It needs to be a mutable attributed string anyway, so we might as well equals self.attributed string dot mutable copy as an as mutable attributed string, because what I want to do is attributed string dot set can't remember mutable attributed string. Add attribute. There we are. Add attribute dot foreground color. There's color dot white for range. Do attributed string dot. Oh, I have full range on the attributed string. And then self.text field dot attributed string value equals attributed string. Now that may not work, but we will see. getting a constraint issue. Three. Right, let's not do with insets then. Self.background dot content view and subview self.text field. We're going to do text field dot translates how to resize the message constraint false, and then we are going to add some constraints. Self dot and view dot content view actually, that's a fair question. Oh, I don't think. Is the content view even set? It is. Okay, good. So what we can now do is we actually want self dot guardlet content view equals self dot background dot content view, and then we can return there, and then we can just do content view like that. Dot text view dot center x anchor constraint equal to self dot not to content view dot center x anchor, and then we want to do the same for the y. And if we do that and we build and run, hopefully that will work, because hopefully it will no longer try to clip. We're getting there. Maybe what we want to do is not, we're going to do self add subview, and then we can get rid of that. And we'll do self.center x and self.center y. There we go. It is showing up. But right, so I think how do we want to do this? Because we have a link. NS text. NS attributed string link color. Alright, so that's all about UI text view. I do not care about UI text view. Okay. Oh, that's not going to help. Okay, attributed string dot remove attribute dot length for range attributed string dot for range. Let's just remove the link. There we go. Now we obviously need to start tweaking some of this. But it is progress, because we can see here it is highlighting. If you hover over the link, it will highlight the arrow, and if you hover over the arrow, it will highlight the link. I'm gonna risk something. I'm gonna risk changing the accent color. That may break the stream, so if it does, I will be right back, but let's just see. Okay, everything worked fine. So... okay, so we definitely need a different color there, but otherwise that's okay. If I change to green, green isn't too bad. Now the question is there if I show color panel, we have a selected text color. I change that to that color. That isn't. Maybe it's selected content. So maybe we want selected content background color. And then we want selected text color. Okay, let's try that. Selected text color, and we want selected content background color. Let's see what this looks like. So we go here. I did choose selected text color, didn't I? Yep. Why? Because selected text color. Oh, because we're in dark mode. Yeah, so we're gonna have to change things for light mode. So that's selected text color, but it depends on. Right, so I believe and this color may have some functions for this. Thought there was a method that would let you get the correct text color. It's not shadow, it's not with system effect. Right, so Yes, I think this is something that we need to implement ourselves, unless I've already implemented it. No. So, if I remember... Okay, here we are, luminance. So we're going to determine whether we need to use white or black. We can't use the things, we need to get our luminance. So... why can we calculate color space using coefficients? Okay, so we should be able to get our luminance. So our luminance is going to be a CG float. And what do we need to do? Hey Kieran, you haven't missed a huge amount. Just, I mean, we've got our thing working where it will sort of highlight, though we need to work out the colour that we want to use. Which is what we're doing at the moment. Let's calculate the luminance. Now, I don't believe we can just use red, green and blue component because it needs to be in that colour space. So self dot using colour space. Let's use device RGB for this. Let RGB color equals that. Then we should be able to get the red, green and blue components. So what we want to do, we want to return 0.2126 times RGB color dot red component. No. Else return 0 because we can't get. Oh, I suppose we could return -1. So that plus 0.7152 times RGB color dot green. Plus 0.0722 times RGB color dot blue component. Okay, so that should give us our luminance. So where I further highlighted character view. And use control accent color for the fill color. Let text color. Okay, see you later, Sinister. Hopefully, whatever it is you got to be up super early for is nothing too terrible. So have a good evening, and hopefully you have a good sleep, and hopefully you don't have to get up quite so early other days. Because getting up early is I'm waking up like 6 a.m. most days, and I do not function in the mornings. I want to sleep in several hours longer than that so that I can actually function properly later in the day, but alas, I cannot. Right, so what we want to do is in this color dot white dot luminance divided by in this color dot control accent color dot luminance. Let black contrast equals in this color dot black dot luminance divided by in this color dot control accent color dot luminance. And then we want let text color equals if white is greater than or equal to black contrast, and we want to use ns color dot white, otherwise we want to use ns color dot black. Now I could be completely wrong in all this, but we will soon see. Yeah, I was just working out why. Because the problem is black is always 0. So the contrast ratio for black is always going to be 0. Eskipov, thank you for raiding. And as usual, Twitch is not sending me the thing, so let's grace you with a manually activated raid. Oh yeah. The sounds won't be coming through because I have not actually hooked that up in Wavelink. Anyway, welcome Raiders. How are you? How was your stream? What were you up to? What were you working on? Oh, there appears to be a pre-roll on, so we will wait for that to finish. Pre-rolls are super annoying. But yeah, we will hopefully wait for that to finish up and see what the Raiders were up to. Yeah, hopefully this will... Yeah, the ad. I mean, this is why I run ads during the break, because if you run up to a 90-second... Well, if you run a 90-second ad, if you go longer than that, it doesn't matter. It does matter to the cut you get, but that I don't matter too much about that. But if you run a 90-second ad, it disables pre-roll ads for 30 minutes. That means that if I'm taking a break and I can run a 90-second ad, then I'm running the ads when nothing is happening, and hopefully we get an extra half hour where anyone coming in, they don't have to deal with them because they're annoying. Alright, let's get rid of that and let us see what happens now. Okay, that still is not working. Okay, so the hover is to break. Right, so that is a bug that we'll have to look into. What is our white contrast? And what is our black contrast? Right, so the contrast ratios are wrong. Right, let me bring up this, and I want to select this color. And copy it. So yeah, hopefully Raiders, the ads have finished. So yeah, let me know how your stream went and what you have been up to. Twitch, yeah, tweet, yeah, yes, I can see that message correctly. Oh, I've just seen your whisper pop up as well. Oh, it's a shame that Twitch chat isn't working, but yeah, I'm having a good stream, and yeah, thank you very much for raiding, and yeah, hopefully you have a good snooze. Is that chat stuff happening for you on multiple streams, or is it just happening on this stream? Just chill stream modding some stuff in Blender. Oh, great. We're probably going to be doing some Blender stuff a bit later. All of them. Well, what I will do is I can do manage requests. Let us. Oh, it doesn't actually let you refund those. Oh well. I was going to refund you your channel points for the highlight the message, but unfortunately it doesn't let you refund those. So, but yeah, thank you for it, and hopefully, like I say, if you do have a, I don't know, you can't post. I mean, I suppose you could with a highlight your message. I mean, if you do have something that you want to post, feel free to do it, or just send me a whisper and I can, if you want me to show something on the stream, I can do. Okay, see you soon, and yeah, hopefully you have a good sleep. Anyway, shall we get back? I can actually... what am I doing on Stream Deck? I'm ending the raid. Right. Let us go and have a look. I mean, it wouldn't be Twitch if things weren't broken. Twitch is just a sea of broken stuff. So, for example, my mouth is broken because my audio was broken, and then I fixed the audio and then realized that the audio channel that is now powering my mouth has the music coming through it. So the mouth stays open. Anyway, we are currently trying to work out how to do contrast ratios in code. Right, so we've got the relative luminance. Right. And the rest of these, you may need to calculate the contrast ratio of colored text by the formula L1 plus 0.05 divided by L2 plus 0.05. Right. What is in this color dot white luminance is 1 dot black dot luminance and dot gray is 0.5. Okay, and if I did dot red, okay, so we're getting correct values there by the looks of things. If I do in this color dot white dot luminance, I believe it's meant to be something like 22 contrast ratio. In this color dot black dot luminance, like not 5, 21. Okay, and this color dot control accent color dot luminance is 1 point. And this color dot control accent color dot do I not have a this color plus 1 free extension? I thought I had a hex code. Oh, I don't have one to generate a hex string. Okay. Well, we can get it via other means. We have ways of doing that. Do this on the screen, switch to developer, and we want control accent color. I can switch over to here, and it is that color. Why is that giving 1.69. Is it because the luminance is different? And that's giving 12.41. You convert the color components into a 0 to 1 range, we have that. Then find the linear RGB value for each color component. We have this here. Find the linear RGB value for each color component. And that plus that divided by that. Linear RGB. What's the difference between linear RGB? Linear response given by gamma value of 1.0. Okay. So can I convert? This color. Okay, I guess I will have to, I guess I'll have to just use the values here. So, let linear red equals, let red equals RGB color dot red component. Let blue equals RGB color dot blue component. It's a bit finicky, but I prefer to do it RGB. RGB color dot green component. Stretch mode. Okay, let's do some stretches then, because I need to do some to stretch the wrist, so I'm pulling my hands towards me, and then again pushing my hands the other way, and you got to get those good stretches on your hands and wrists and your neck and shoulders to make sure that you are avoiding the repetitive strain injuries. And if you get those good stretches in, then you can generally work longer. Of course, I am realizing that I have not been stretching enough because these stretches hurt somewhat. But we'll hopefully feel better once the stretches are done. I could really do, at some point I do want to sort of animate a stretch routine for the robot to do. So the robot can be doing the stretches while I'm doing the stretches. There we go. So, now that our stretch is out the way, let's work on what we were doing. So, we want a linear, which is going to be, let linear red equals it equals 0.3928. When red is greater than limit, then we want red plus 0.055 divided by 1.055. All to the power of 2.4. Or it is red divided by 12.92. And then we're going to do the same for green and the same for blue. And then we want our linear red, linear green, linear blue, and this is, we'll change it to relative luminance because that is what it is. Okay, so then we can go back to here and we want our relative luminance. So now let's see what this looks like. In fact, I'm going to set that there and we're going to hover over and let's see what our contrast ratios are. 1.69, that is what we get from there, and black contrast is 0.08. What if I did let's color dot control accent color dot relative luminance plus 0.05 divided by, and this color dot black dot relative luminance plus 0.05, 12.36, which is fairly close to what I get. So what we probably want is another method on here, which is going to be function contrast ratio with to other color. which is going to be a CG float. And then what we want to do is let self luminance equals self dot relative luminance. Let other luminance equals over color dot relative luminance. And then if self dot if self luminance is greater than over luminance, we will return self luminance divided by over luminance. Otherwise, we return over luminance divided by self luminance. And then what we can do is white contrast is going to be ns color dot white. Actually, these need to be plus 0.05 plus 0.05. And then we can do ns color dot white dot contrast ratio to control accent color. Then we can do black dot contrast ratio to control accent color. And then that should work for us. So that is black. I'm going to switch to green. That is black. Switch to there. That is black. But if I switch to purple, white, black, 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 okay, so that is working. Now let us switch to light mode. Now the problem is the highlight there is good, but the contrast there is not massive. So the question is, what other colors do we have available to us? It is in the page arrow view where we are doing our colouring. We've got control accent colour, self line colour. Let's highlight with 0.2. Actually, no. No. I don't want to just do it with that. I need to... I think what we'll do is we'll actually put a white outline on the arrow as well. Yeah, that could work fairly well. So I'm just going to be right back a sec, and when we get back, we'll try adding a white outline, because then we can have some visual contrast as opposed to just color contrast, which should help quite a bit. So yes, I will be back in a few minutes, and when I get back, we'll get that done and then move on to doing some overlay stuff again. More work on the Pilkybot. So see you in a few minutes. Okay, I am back. So, what we want to do is right, I may want to change this. Or actually, no. What? Oh, line width. Float. I'm gonna throw this in. Because what we are going to do, draw arrow with color, highlighted, bool, equals, well, do that there. We want to stick our line width CG float into there. And what we're going to do is line width. I'm going to throw that in there. Now you may be wondering, why have we just done that? Because what we can do is, if highlighted, oh, actually no, we'll change that to bordered. We can do, in fact, no, let's do border color. Border color is going to be an NS color if let border color border color, but what we are going to do is plus, what in fact we could do, let line width equals self.config.line width. And we'll do that. Oh, by the way, Bread Monsters, I took a quick look at your model over the break, and it's looking good in 3D. I mean, obviously it needs, probably it's going to need some tweaking to get everything working, and you need to get your, what is it, your topology and stuff like that, I think it is. But yeah, it's 3D is difficult, so it's and when you're doing character stuff, if you're doing absolutely basic stuff, then it is pretty simple. But getting the 3D stuff, I mean, how much 3D experience do you have? Because I mean, my 3D experience is not massive, which is why I mostly do very simple shapes. I'm a programmer who's doing some 3D stuff mostly. Where are we? We've got that. Right. Where are we? Border color is going to be arrow.is arrow.highlighted. We'll do white or nil. A little. Yeah, I mean, it's something that takes a while to get used to, because I mean I've only had a little bit. I did some when I was younger, but it just takes, especially if you're doing any sort of organic shapes and sculpting and stuff like that, it is such a pain. And then getting onto rigging and stuff, so it's just one of those things of finding the tutorials that help you do the little bits and pieces and learn and build up your skills and build up your confidence and build up how to actually do this stuff, because like I say, I have no idea how to properly rig. So missing argument on here. Border color nil. Okay. There we go. But it is clipping a bit. So what we need to do, and then let's see what it looks like in light mode. Yeah, I think that probably making a sad goblin with one eye sitting in a corner with a corn on the head with ears, and drawing something to make it as a corner and make it your be right back stream for your stream. Yeah, I mean, it's just building little bits over time, building it up. I mean, I've redesigned various bits of my stream and the robot character and redoing the faces and stuff now. So it just, over time, it's just as you get more skills, you do more stuff, and then you go back and revisit older stuff. Let's have a look at what some of these other colours. Oh, that looks okay. Yeah, I think that looks okay. I do need to go through, at some point I am going to do some proper theming, because you have dark and light themes. What I do want to add is more themes eventually. And I want to make it so that you can add custom themes and stuff. So I think it's just in this case, purple is very similar to the grey. All the others, it's a fairly simple, fairly obvious highlight. So I think having that there works fairly well. And then if we switch back to dark mode, then it is obviously a much bigger thing. I mean, it's pretty obvious what is being highlighted. I suppose we could. yeah, there isn't much contrast between the yellow and the white, but then there isn't much contrast in other modes. It's kind of hard to do because if I'm doing it based on the links, then I mean maybe I just force it into blue. Like I just use the link color, because then I probably don't even need the border on it. Though, I mean, the border is useful to have. I could reduce the size of the border though. I could reduce that to 2. And if rather than... where are we? Rather than control accent color, we can use link color, and then we can go over to our highlighted character view and link color. Now it's still worth doing this because I think link color changes between light mode and dark mode. Oof. Why on earth is it picking black there? Should surely be white. What is that? So if that is the thing, if I put that into there. The contrast ratio is lower. Oh, because it's using right. This appearance. So what I want to do is self.appearance equals ns appearance dot named aqua. Let's see if that fixes it. Because the issue is that it's going to be getting the link color, but it's probably not going to be getting the link color. Right. No. it's still... That colour is way too dark. Let's just do system blue then. See what this looks like. Okay, so that looks okay. And we want to switch to light. Still looks okay. I'm going to increase the line width there. And we want to measure view system blue. So we're just going to use system blue rather than whatever the accent color is, because it just, we need a contrast that works, and that works fairly well in light mode, in dark mode, and in light mode. It could be a bit better. What if we did self.line color as the highlight? Sure. I'm always open to suggestions. Ooh, yeah, no. Yeah, I think white is maybe what we need to do then. I mean, you have both a color change. Let's daltonism. I could do a slight drop shadow, but it's kind of awkward to do on the arrows. Okay, so that is okay. Alright, this is the key one. If you lose blue, so let's increase this and click on here. So as you can see, the color between these looks pretty much the same. So this is why just using color is a bad thing. So I think there, to my eyes, I mean, even if I'm looking on my stream preview and it's small, that is showing enough of a difference. I think it changes enough. So what are we on? There's a bit of a color difference there. Monochrome Again, there's enough difference in the shape there. Partial. Yeah, I think the outline is absolutely necessary for it. So it's the contrast isn't as much the issue as is not relying just on color, because you get issues like this where color blindness, if I just rely on the color, it becomes an issue. Now it's not an issue over here because, as you can see, I'm changing the background color no matter what color I do, because I'm inverting things. It's obvious. But here, if I was just doing the color, then it's an issue. But having the white outline, it is just enough that you can tell the difference. And the key thing is, in terms of color blindness, it's usually red and green that's the issue. So with blue here, it's unlikely that there will be an issue there, so they will get the color as well. But there are still people who have issues with color blindness on the blue side of the spectrum, so you need to account for those things. So yeah, I think that is a feature done. We have it highlighting our links when we hover over, and I think that looks pretty good. It could look better, but the way it will look better is when we get to the point where, rather than links looking like this, I want to make links look a lot more unique and give indications, for example, of, are they pointing to an external thing? Are they pointing to a text page or an image page? Can I hover over them to see a preview of the page that they will open and stuff like that, which is stuff that is for a much further off version of Coppice. But yeah, I think that is done. Which means that all we have left for this version is drag linking, I believe. Let me... if I go to my dashboard and take a look. Highlight links when hovering over arrow, highlight arrows when hovering over links. So those two are done. Allow configuring single and multi-page as default. We have that. So that is going to be 3 tickets that we can do. So yeah, it will be allowing to select these links and then hit backspace to delete them is one thing that we need to do. And then the inverse of that is allow creating links between pages that already exist, which is where you'll be able to select some text and drag from that text to a page to create a link to it. Or if you have an existing link and you are going to drag, what it will probably do is we'll need to fade out any pages, because if this is a link, though I suppose if you select an existing link and link it to a page, it could update that link. So yeah. Right, and then it will be a bunch of bug testing. So hopefully next week we'll get, well, say next week when we get to the weekend, and by this time next week we may have most of the features of the next version of Coppice done. So let us just do some quick tidying up. I need to go into Coppice over here, and that is Coppice 413/414. Get link highlighting working. And then I can close a bunch of these. Finish that. Finish that. And finish that. Okay, so let's do some overlay stuff. And for the overlay stuff, we are currently still working on our faces. So we have our plain face, our happy face, worried, confused. I think that mouth I may want to tweak. Yeah, that looks better. We have angry, which I believe is done. Yeah. So the ones we want to do, we need to do the mouth for confused. Then we need to do surprised eyes and mouth, cry eyes and mouth, and head empty eyes and mouth. So let's do confused because that. Oh, we need to the eyes as well. So if we go like that, actually, that may be okay. No, this is Photoshop Red Monsters. I'm doing the designing the faces in Photoshop, and then I'll break them up into texture maps that I can bring into Unity. So then we want, so this is going to be mouth 1. So I think these need tweaking like that. Alright, so I could probably have this be 3. And then between there and there, well, that's probably only 4, so I could probably do 2 more bigger ones. So let's do mouth 2. I'm going to get rid of that. In fact, with mouth 1, could we? Let's do it like that. So mouth 2. Yeah, these are vectors. This could do coming in a bit. I could really do no. I'm gonna scrap all of this. Let's go back to this. How do I want this to open? What I think I need is do the open state, and then we can work out how we transition between the two. So what I might actually do here is increase corners, and I may actually make the mouth thinner. And we may want to make it smaller like that. That's looking a lot better. Okay, so if I just delete this and bring this back up here, how do we want this to look in comparison? Let's just do a very rough. I wonder if I keep the square shape. And it is just alternating, because I mean, that shape sort of looks okay. I wouldn't want any. Yeah, it's. I would need. mustache, mouth. It's amazing. Like, at this point, it looks like it's a mustache. And then it comes down to about here, and it looks kind of angry. And it comes down to here, and it looks even more surprised. What if... No, it needs to be that sort of shape. I mean, we could just do... What do you think of that? Because I mean, the expression I want to go for is "what." I wonder if we bring it in a bit. I think that looks okay. If we have... No, probably not. Have it straight at the bottom. That's more disgust. What if we did add just a bit of... No. This is the hardest one to do the mouth expressions for. What do I want to do? Let's bring this up, and then I want to bring this up, and let's have a look. So that is sort of what the confused face is based on. I mean, what if the mouth we just had that to edit transform path. Or oh, we're on to something now. So that is a possibility. Another possibility is just rotate. So we could have it. Now what I want to do is I just want to rotate this so it is roughly like that. Okay. So, any thoughts on which mouth? Because this one, I don't think it's just too much going on. So we either we go for a mouth that's basically just going to open up and close in this direction, just straight, or we can have one like this that can start in sort of a puzzled expression, and then this side could slowly open. Like this side can open more like this. So this would be the fully open state, and then you would have basically right, shrink that down. you would probably be closed like that and then open like that. Or it can go like that. Or we could do something in between where if I just do a perspective. So we have a little bit of, I mean, I'd probably tweak that a bit more. But I mean, if we zoom out a bit, so our options, if this is like the closed, it can open like that, where it's basically going up and down. It can open like this so there's no skewing. Or it can do like this, where it's like a combination of the two. So you would go for this one. Okay. So we will get rid of all of these. Now what I'm probably going to do is tweak this slightly. I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to get rid of that. Right. And then for this, what I want to do is let's just create a wrong thing. So this needs to be a bit thicker. Right. So what I'm going to do here, and hide that. We are going to do the perspective. Well, we're going to scale it up first. And then we're going to do the perspective. And then both of these we're going to rotate so that they are that angle. So then if I shift that over there, get rid of that. Because the one I had before, when I was doing the perspective, it was doing the perspective on the rotated version. If we do the perspective first, it brings the top and the bottom in based on the perspective, and then we rotate. So, and what we can potentially do is make this one even smaller. So we start like that. So it's like a small sort of pursed lips that then opens up a bit as we're getting a bit of like I'm mumbling through my lips as it's yes, and then it eventually opens up to that. So we need some transitions there. So we've got mouth 1, mouth 2, and this will be mouth 6. So we need 3, 4, 5. Alright, so we're going to have 5 just decrease the shape, and then no, we're probably going to want to have this move in a bit more. So that's mouth 5, mouth 4, mouth 3. Bring it with the mouth 1. Mouth. Oh, we can get rid of. Let's get rid of those. Mouth 5. Copy is going to be mouth 4, which we want to bring down to there. Bring that down to there. This wants to shift up a bit because we want that curve not to get too far out of whack. This could probably come in just a tad more because we want to leave just. Now that probably needs to stick out a bit more like that. Okay, so this is mouth 4 and mouth 3. We are going to shift this about halfway between 4 and 2, and this one is going to go about halfway between 4 and 2. We should flatten it off a bit more. And same at the bottom, we're going to bring this up, and we're going to bring this up. And this needs to move up further. Now what we could do with doing is bringing this in just to tighten up that corner a bit. Okay, so what we can do so we like this, and then we open it up like this. So this is, I think, pretty good. It's a lot more subtle, but I think when I'm puzzled, it needs to be subtle because the angry one changes a lot in size. But yeah, so what do you think? Kieran, the Parrot, anyone else in chat? Do you think that one is the winner then? I mean, we need to move the face back down a bit, but we move it back down to there. I think that works for me. It looks a lot better than this, because this is just a weird mouth shape and looks angry, whereas what we now have on screen looks a lot more puzzled, which is what I was always going for, because it's like a confused face. So yeah. Okay, so we have confused done. Angry we've done. Surprised. Now, what I want to check Yeah, we're going to have to tweak this quite a bit to fit in with the aesthetic. So I'm actually going to recreate this, which shouldn't be too hard to do. Because what we want is for the eye, we want it to be square. So if it's 245, we're going to do it by 245. And it's going to be centered. Would you have 245? So 245. We can get rid of the left eye. Yeah, I agree. The intent does come across smart. Right, so the mouth is... I mean, the mouth is going to be super simple to do because the base mouth is... and we want that to be centered there. And then we want our... Right, so on the open eye, I'm going to have to copy these over again, aren't I? When it is closing, I think we do want just a little. I'm going to want to position that. So. But what we may do, we may get a little bit clever here. Is we'll stick this under. And fill that in there. So because we're going to be animating between this and this, our mid state has it, but we're fading it out. Now I have no idea how that will look, but it is worth playing around with. We may just not need it at all. So then what we want to do is I want to delete all these that I've just copied across. And then copy them. Right, that is not looking right. Why is that not looking right? Because I need to make the eyes bigger. What I am going to do is make it 70 point wide. And in the back. Right, so the mouth needs to move up. I may want to make the lenses bigger as well, actually. Let's make them 500px. This one. And then for the actual glasses. Yeah, that definitely needed to happen. I think. Right, so for the mouth, what we're going to do is this is mouth 1. Mouth 6 is just going to be probably up a bit. And we're just going to have a circle. After all the complexity of the last one, this is just going to be a circle. Okay, I think that works. One thing I really am going to have to do with this new setup for the audio is get some better earphones, because I'm using the Apple wired ones and my AirPods seem to mess certain things up, so I can't really use those. So I need to get some wired headphones, and I do have the ones for my gaming headset, which are comfy and all that, but the whole purpose is so that I don't have to bring stuff up. So I probably need to find out some in-ear ones that have like rubber tips on them, like the AirPods, or some over-ear ones that are semi-decent. Because I don't need them most of the time. I just need them to listen to things in the background. So I mean, they could be fairly cheap things, as long as it's a semi-decent sound, like approaching like what the Apple cheap earbuds give you. Because most of the time I'm not using headphones to listen to music, I'm using speakers. So I may need to pop over to somewhere like Curry's or somewhere like that at some point this weekend and see what I can find. Because wearing these Apple ones for extended periods of time starts getting painful. But let's do a final comparison. I mean, that's a bit of an unfair comparison because we haven't got. Now we go. The more squared off style with the we could pull those glasses apart a bit. Yeah, they would have to be wired, because if Bluetooth ones are fine, I've got my AirPods, which are wireless earbuds, which are fantastic. The problem is connecting them seems to cause issues, and then it switches over to the microphone on the AirPods rather than the Elgato mic. So the reason I'm wanting wired, I mean, the other reason I want wired is that I can plug them into the microphone and I can get a zero latency monitor of my voice through the headphones, because the microphone feeds directly back into them. So I'm just wanting ones with like a 3.5mm jack on them. Now there are like over ear headphones that you can get that can function as wired or wireless. So those are good. I mean, I'm having a look around and it's just working out what is a decent brand, because my gaming headset is a Sennheiser one, and Sennheiser are good, though it can depend on which ones you get looking at some reviews. But I know that the gaming headset ones I have a fairly decent sound on them, and they're fairly comfy. So I may go look at Sennheiser. I may have a look at Sony, because they generally do good stuff. I've had some Sony earbuds in the past that were pretty fantastic. But the problem with earbuds now is that almost all of them are wireless ones. So I think what I may end up having to go for are over-ear headphones, which are a bit more expensive, but on the other hand, they're a bit more comfy. And to be honest, like with the microphone, I can potentially just do it as a business expense, because it is for that, it's buying it specifically for use with my work computer. So, and I suppose if I get some good ones, it will be useful if I start doing video editing and stuff like that, so I can properly listen to the audio stuff. So it may be worth investing in. I mean, I'd want to keep it. I definitely don't want to spend like over £100 on them, but we'll see. Like I say, the comfort is more important than the sound quality. Right, so let's move this. And if anyone has any recommendations for over-ear, not ridiculously expensive, but over-ear wired headphones, I'm more than happy to take recommendations for either just brands or for things to look at, because I know what are supposed to be very good ones, but they're very expensive, which is like AirPods Max. I've got a friend who's got some of those, and they're meant to be very, very good. But I mean, I was umming and ahhing about spending as much as I did on my AirPods, so I'm not spending that much on some over ear. Let's have a look. That might be a bit too far away. Let's bring them in by 20. That looks okay. Yeah, I think having them a bit further apart makes them look a bit better. So, left arm, we'll feel that. Oh. There we go. Okay, surprise face. Now for cry, which we are going to have to again recreate. At least partially recreate. What headphones do you use, Kieran? Because there may be like a newer version of them. Cobra SA902. Yeah, I'm not really looking. I'm looking for something without a mic, probably. Because I've already got a mic, I don't really need one on the headset. Let's go to that. Need to, let's bring the mouth over. Okay, and then what do you want to bring that there? Bring that to the center there and bring it out 100. Do I want them to be closer or further away? I think closer makes it look even more sad and upset than Yeah, I think closer works more. You want... The whole point is to make everything smaller, but the eyes proportionally bigger, but bring everything in. So, now let's work on the mouth. Let's make this mouth 2, because I think I can make it smaller. Yeah, let's go to that. So we want it to mostly open vertically. And it's not really going to open massively because we're upset. So we want to keep the mouth fairly small. So this is going to... not change a huge amount. That might be a bit too subtle. Yeah, we're going to want to expand those a bit. So let's get rid of that, and that. Right, so that is open, wide, and then we go down, down, down. Closed. I think that works. So I think that works ahead, not empty. But I think one of the key things that's going to happen is that using the message system, which if I demonstrate that, if you imagine someone followed, it would say this. What it is going to do is flash up 404 brain not found. So I think that probably looks good enough. And honestly, I may, like, for this one, I may just not have the mouth move at all. Not have it blink, not have the mouth move. So it is literally just this, because if brain not found, it shouldn't be blinking, it shouldn't be moving the mouth, it should just be effectively looking vacantly. So I set that to 24. Like that. I think that is head empty. Because we just don't want it doing anything when head empty. Yeah, I think we have. If I switch that to head empty. So it was that. And it now looks like that. Okay, so if we get rid of that. So, to recap, we have plain, happy, worried, confused, angry, surprised, crying, and head empty. And this surprised, we can get rid of as well. And that is our 8 expressions. So what we will probably do Wednesday evening is we'll start trying to cut these up. Because like I say, the hope is that I can use shaders so that if I'm just changing colors and applying glows and stuff like that, we can do all that in shaders so we don't have to recreate these for every single thing, and therefore the only ones we need to recreate for are the ones where it completely changes, which will be at the moment just a pixelated one. But all of the others we can have them like this. So we will look at starting implementing that on Wednesday. But for now, let us have a quick look-see around. Oh, Finite is on. Let us go and give Finite a raid. And it seems it's actually Roscoe that is currently coding. So we'll go and raid Finite. For those of you who haven't been to Finite before, Finite is an app developer. They're building a cross-platform app that manages, I believe it's logistics for the construction industry. It's really cool, and he has an absolutely fantastic stream, a fantastic overlay that he has built. So we will go and say hello to them. I want to thank you all for coming. I want to thank Askipar for raiding earlier. And yes, we've got a lot done. We've managed to get the link highlighting working. We have managed to get the bot faces finished, so we'll get those implemented. That will be 6 PM UK time on Wednesday. And yes, until then, I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your week and a wonderful rest of your day. And as always, happy coding.